What it is. Hello, and welcome to It Is What It Is Tarot, where it is what it is, and it ain't gonna be what it ain't gonna be. A very special Oracle Juice live OJL edition. Um, my hair is doing. I need a retwist. It's like between the new growth and everything else. It's just, it just is what it is. I'm just like, let's see. It's fine. Today. Oh, does that? There was one, so I like put the thing in, then I twisted it again. There was one hair that didn't make it through both loops, so that's why it was just like awkwardly out. Okay, cool. Anyway, so today this video was not sponsored by Simply Lemonade or Spiked Lemonade or whatever. It's just what I happen to be drinking, and I'm excited to be drinking it. I can't drink enough cards, but anyway, I had an idea to do something today with numbers. I'm not gonna do that. Probably not. Anyway, I'm excited for this one because I'm assuming it'll be like closer to actual lemonade. And I've had Mike's Hard Lemonade, and to me, it doesn't taste very lemonade. You know what I mean? Yeah, I feel like it tastes like a sparkling lemonade with some kind of alcohol in it. I wonder what the alcohol is. Anyway, today we're gonna get into the firmament thing because I'm curious, I'm interested, and what comes out comes out. We'll take it as it resonates, and if it doesn't resonate, we won't take it. I'm gonna use the mystical shaman oracle cards. I'm gonna do the heart of the sky as the firmament and Pachamama as the fundament. I also have the wild unknown, alchemy, and archetypes. I've shuffled all of them. Right, I'm like ahead of the curve today. Uh, meaning, I'm starting more or less prepared. And as I was shuffling the Wild Unknown Archetypes, which was the last deck, I shuffled the Alchemy first, then the Mystical Shaman, then the Archetypes. The Creator and the Maiden flipped over, and then the Threshold was at the bottom of the deck. Now, the Threshold and the Maiden is a very, like, a symbolic pair of archetypes, right? And so, like with the creator and the maiden, it was almost giving like an aspect of creation yet untouched. But then with the threshold, it was like, oh, okay. I guess the threshold kind of complicates it because, excuse me, it could be something beyond a threshold, like the untouched part of creation exists beyond a certain threshold, or it could be like the threshold is being approached and on the precipice of being breached, like we're moving from the maiden to the mother type energy. So that was interesting. And I was trying to think, I've thought of a few different metaphorical examples of the fundament feeling like an extension of the will of the creator and not necessarily personified or deified within a certain entity. And it was kind of like there's one example of, let's say there's an artist that has unreleased works. Those unreleased works, I feel like the metaphor just broke down because it's like there's a difference between works of the artist that's unreleased and like inspiration taken from the artist, or like stories that are told within the world that an artist created but not necessarily by the author themselves. right? But it's more so like there's this world that the artist created, and then there are things that happen and transpire within that world naturally. Things that naturally transpire within that world being like an extension of the will of the creator, right? Like if there were um, an estate, right? Someone passes and they have an estate, and their estate, like their mission was all about feeding people, right? So, an extension of their will, the estate would like donate to or create programs that go to feed people because that estate is an extension of the interest of the person. And after they're no longer in a position to do whatever, the estate does it on their behalf. Excuse me. Right? Now, let's say that the person has a will, for example, or a condition of inheritance where it almost reminds me of like there's a famous mathematician or something, and there is an unsolvable problem. And within the estate of that mathematician, there's a contest that's held annually, and there's prize money, right? And then it's like the condition of inheritance is if anyone can solve the problem, then they inherit all the money and the entirety of the estate. The inheritance of the money and the estate is like the deification of that, where it becomes like a divine entity because now it can use that estate to do things personally and not just follow the plan that was laid out, before. So it's kind of like that. So in the one example where it's like it could have been an extension of the will and then a deification and then it returned to an extension of the will. It's like if someone inherits the estate and then like the estate outlives that person, so then they set their conditions. Either they set their own conditions for the continuance of the estate or they just revert back to the original conditions, right? Time Master and the Eagle. Interesting. I'm playing Hades too. And there's this whole Zeus versus Kronos thing, right? Spoiler alert. Zeus being the eagle, Kronos being the time master. Anyway. So yeah. And so obviously I'm gonna pull before and after the heart of the sky and Pachamama. I almost did the upper world, the lower world, but I mean I guess an extension of the will would be the upper world and the lower world, and a deification would be Pachamama in the heart of the sky. Excuse me. See, I would prefer to use like the program for something like this because, excuse me, for something like this, I would want to give an opportunity for the same cards to come out, right? Because it doesn't necessarily, I mean, you can get the same energy and the same vibe from different cards, but I also kind of like to see it. Excuse me. That's why I like to use like multiple copies of the same deck or like use a program that gives me the opportunity. That's one of the reasons why I coded the program out the way I coded it, to give the same card or the same result the opportunity to come out multiple times. Especially like if you do a past, present, future, and the past and the present are the same, but you only have one copy of each card. Energetically, you could read the energy as not having changed, but if you see it's the same, then and it's not necessarily always a bad thing anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compromise. I will take the first of each. So if it's deified, then it will be either the heart of the sky or Pachamama. If it is an extension of the will of the creator, then it will be either the upper world or the lower world, right? The card before and after. See, I kind of want to do. I'm going to lay them out left to right. So the two cards that are in between, I'm going to add them up and do pull a card as like the interplay. Or it's like the greater than the sum of its parts, right? There's this thing like this is red and this is blue. Together they make purple, but there are some things that are uniquely red, there are some things that are uniquely blue, and there are some things that purple inherits while also being its own thing, right? So that's what we're gonna do, and we're just gonna go for it. Cool. All right. I've already shuffled these, so what I'm gonna do is for the card before, it will be the archetype. The card after will be the alchemy. And I'm going to pull that number from the top of the deck. That way, like, I'm not using a significator as a thing. And we'll just see what's up. Okay, cool. Cool. Am I putting my glasses back on? Nah. The beloved, the council, and the heart of the sky. Excuse me. I didn't think it would be this disgusting. I think it's getting a little warm. The beloved, the council, the heart of the sky. So we are going for a deification of the firmament and the crow. So the council and the crow represent, and I said from left to right. What I love about the council being like on the left is like the firmament, heavenly host, it gives that energy. Cool. Right at the top of the deck. Now I'm looking for either Pachamama or the lower world. Oh, there's Earthkeeper. Pachamama. Okay. So we have Earth, Pachamama, and the Witness. Interesting. So I do end up getting the Heart of the Sky and Pachamama, which is what originally I was planning for. So cool. Love that. It's interesting that Earth is here next to Pachamama, though, because bottom of the deck is the smoky mirror. I kind of love the smoky mirror. And the smoky mirror is number 47. 4 plus 7 is 11. 11 is the council. What I love about the smoky mirror is it creates this sort of balance or dynamic. It creates a dynamic. It suggests a dynamic where one is reflective of the other, but they're not necessarily the same. They're not necessarily a copy of one another, but there are like aspects to each that like you see in the other, right? So if you think about it, it'd be like a sisters, not twins type situation, or a siblings, not twins situation. It's interesting that Earth and Pachamama are here because Earth, for me in this deck, Earth is like the ground. Pachamama is like Mother Nature. It's the motive spirit behind everything, besides just like trees and stuff. Now, what's interesting about this is, though, flanking Pachamama is Earth and the witness. So it's almost like the body of Earth and then the spirit slash soul of Earth. And they're both, I mean, if you add them together, it would equal Pachamama, but it's like broken into its component parts. And when it comes to the heart of the sky, with the crow and the council, it's like you have the council and then you have a representative of the council or the eyes of the council, right? If the council exists in or above the firmament, then the crow is what descends, observes, and then communicates or reports. It's also interesting. On the outside, we have the council and the witness. And it's like they're very sort of similar. Excuse me, energies. 10, 11. 6 plus 4 is 10. The council is 11. But it's almost like it's not necessarily the council like issues decrees and proclamations and then the witness is the one that like observes. It's almost like a Gemini Sagittarius type energy. If Sagittarius is the designer of the experiment, is the thinker, the philosopher, the brains, and like Gemini is the execution. It's the application. It's the okay, like this is what theory says, but how does it work and play out in real time in real life? The crow and earth is such an interesting combination because there are different ways to kind of read it. Again, there's that energy of like between the two. The crow is the messenger, earth is earth. It's like if this weren't the fundament and it were just like I don't know, the 3D, the middle world, it would be like the crow would be like spirit, intuition, discernment, and earth would be us, sort of doing our best, living our lives, going about our day to day. And it would be that like communicative piece, right? The crow is our connection to the divine. It's the go between, the mediator, not necessarily mediator liaison. It's the in between, the liaison. So I'm actually, I said I would do the one of them before and one of them after, but I'm gonna use the same. Right. So the card before the Heart of the Sky, the Council 11, I'll take the 11th card to get both the archetype and the alchemy. And then the card after Pachamama 64, the Witness, I'll take the 64th card to get the archetype and alchemy. 17 plus 13 is 30. So then I'll take the 30th card to be sort of both. And also, I kind of love that we get like 11, 30, 64. Like the card in between is sort of in between the two of them. I'm gonna go from there. And another thing, because there was, you see the eye on the hand of the witness? That's so funny. My mom has like two of her favorite scriptures as the SSID names, right? The Wi-Fi name. SSIDs, the Wi-Fi name. I don't know what SS stands for. It's fine. And there's this thing I did a long time ago, and I confused because that scripture was one of the scriptures in the thing, but I confused it with a different one. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide in the shadow of the Almighty. And the secret place of the Most High is kind of interesting because of that whole, like, that clearing in the woods, that oasis in the desert for which there are no guides, and all signs point out of the woods as like the secret place. Anyway, let's get these first. So 11, 30, and 64. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like there's a better way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Excuse me. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. Bottom of the deck is the threshold. Of course, as I mentioned before. So the Mystic, number 21, was the 64th card. So the Witness and the Mystic. And I love there's this eye at the top of the Mystic, just like the eye in the palm of that hand. Interestingly enough, for the combination between Earth and the Crow, we have the Shapeshifter, number 15. And then the Castle, number 43, for the Council. It's definitely, and we have the closed eye. Well, it's looking like a closed eye. It could also be like a coin purse or something else. But it's giving me like a closed eye. You know what I mean? And the Council with the, and her eyes are closed. Interesting. It's giving that like out of reach, which the firmament usually does. And protected with the castle. 43 is a 7. 7-11. It's a gas station. I'm sorry. All right. 1, 2, 3. Let's put these up here. Oops. Just make it a little bit easier on myself. Let's do it like that. Cool, that works. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Excuse me, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. Bottom of the deck is the Golden Rose, which we have been seeing. Interesting. It's interesting. We have a mirror on the Witness. 1221. Okay. So with the Witness, we have number 12, melanosis, darkening. There's like a crow. Or a blackbird at the very least on that darkening. Also, it's giving like a plucked eye. Even on this, yeah, it's fine. Like the orb, or maybe not a plucked eyeball, but again, between the eye of the mystic and the eye of the witness, now it's in the talons of the crow. What? Okay. Okay. This is interesting because, again, when the fundament came out, it was feeling more like an extension of the will of the creator and not necessarily like a deity or a divine expression. And so to see the fundament come out as Pachamama for one, and proximity to Earth for two, for the witness to have the eye to see, but the blackbird has plucked that eye and darkening being a sort of blindness. That's interesting because, again, it felt like an extension of the will rather than like a divine expression. Oh goodness. The mystic being the one that could see through blinded eyes, also not like there's a different sense involved. It almost gives Tamiel and Julian just through imagery. Excuse me. Now, what's interesting with the council, the card that came out is Sulfur. Sulfur is number 29. 2 plus 9 is 11. So we do have 11, 11. We have the first and the second 11, 11 and 29. But again, it's interesting that Sulfur was the card that came out because, the firmament, we could associate it with heaven, the heavenly host, the council. But Sulfur is associated with more like infernal forces typically. You know what I mean? If you smell them rotten eggs, girl, you better call the exorcist. And in between, we have the shapeshifter, number 15, and dissolution, number 45. Now, the interesting thing about 15 and 45 is that there's a difference of 30 between 15 and 45, 30 broken down into 11 and 17. Also, you see the bird in dissolution with the crow, and then, yeah. Okay, I'm like doing all kinds of stuff with these cards. Yeah, this was down here. No, that was up there. Never mind. I kind of love, not that I love it, love it. Um, I don't use the word interesting a lot, but it's the only word I have. Intriguing. Because this interaction between the fundament and the firmament, we have dissolution in the shapeshifter. Again, we have the crow that sort of sits as this messenger, this go between, or the eyes of the council and the mouthpiece, I guess, if the council ever were to ever speak. And then we have Earth, which is Pachamama divorced from her spirit, where it's just the physical, tangible. And so this dissolution, it's almost like it plays out the breakdown between like the mind, the body, and the soul as separate things rather than different expressions of the same entity. Right. It's like the mind, the body, and the soul slash spirit as components of a person rather than different expressions of the same thing. And then the shapeshifter is like the flow from one state to another, right? Sometimes we can be more like physically, carnally motivated, right? We're hungry, we're thirsty, the physical body needs what the physical body needs. Sometimes maybe we're more like mental, craving some kind of stimulation, or emotional, craving connection, or spiritual, craving like both that stimulation and connection. It's like the morphing between where it's like each aspect has like a different majority influence, right? Because they're sort of set up more as components rather than expressions. And then when it comes to the firmament side of things, we have the darkening and the mystic. There are actually two eyes on the mystic. So there's this eye, and then even in reverse, there's another eye. So, like, no matter which way you get it, it's like this is zoomed in and this is zoomed out. Excuse me. Where do we go from here? This sulfur is the most interesting to me. I feel like lowest hanging fruit is when it comes to like the firmament or firmamental energies. They're so remote or closed off that it becomes easy for another energy to come in and pretend to be or claim to be a firmamental energy when in reality they could not be, right? It's like if the divine were true, it's like a metaphorical example where the divine is so truly like so like respectful of free will that it maintains a distance, then I don't know, it's like it leaves a gap for anything that would be put in that position to fill. Right. And we already see the interplay between the firmament and the fundament is the separation of, or you could say it's like the body and the soul slash spirit are so polarized that in the end, like that it almost creates a separation. And then there are times where one leans closer to one and then the other. It almost gives, I know there was a movie, I don't remember what the movie was, but there was a movie that was like somebody was performing like miracles and stuff. And then they were like a demon. It's- I don't remember what that movie was, but sulfur is also the element of fire. The element of fire also corresponds to the soul. And with the soul in the castle, the soul being like this impenetrable, impregnable, like thing that cannot be like you can harm. I don't want to say harm. It's just like you can harm the body, you can harm the mind, you can harm the heart. And a harmed body, mind, and heart can blemish the soul. But it's like once the soul is released from its mortal vessel and it regains all of the vast soulness, then it's like it contextualizes the experiences of the body, mind, and heart and like diminishes its influence type energy, right? So like that's this sort of counsel and soul for did we bite off more than we can chew? Ooh, 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 ooh. Maybe, but hey, it's no jail. And it's almost like it's because the eye is closed. It's because the eyes of the council and the eyes of the castle is closed that it creates opportunity. The mystic and darkening this 12/21/21/12 is interesting because it's almost like there's an environment, circumstance, or time. It's like, for example, if it's a time of testing, or if it's a time of living, doing, being, and becoming, then the role of a mystic is may be complicated or can become complicated because it's like it's a time for truths to be lived. And so the influence on an individual should be minimal, right? So, like, the darkening and the mystic could be like the mystic kind of sort of going quiet, right? Like taking a back seat. What was once prominent becomes sort of distant or reserved, or it goes into an observation mode rather than a speaking. Um, like it observes rather than being observed. Excuse me. But it's also like in that time of darkening, then things. It's because again, like when the fundament was that unattended crossroad, that secret place, it's almost giving like a keeper of Karnak type energy where it's not necessarily intended to be unattended, but we'll say ready instead of worthy. It's like for those that are ready, then the wolf would guide them or help them along the journey, accompany them to the secret place. But for those that aren't ready, the wolf would guide them out of the forest. It's like that secret place would be elusive. So it is kind of sort of low key. It's almost giving like a Moana heart of, is it Tafiti? I think it was Tafiti type energy. Okay. See, this is the most. I feel like as I try to dig deeper and comprehend and understand and like let this unfold, like it went from Moana to Lord of the Rings. The crow has the eye of the witness and the mystic that has gone missing. Let me try this back up right. It's the crow has it. The crow is the messenger of even the crow in the heart of the sky. Just like we saw the time master and the eagle, and there were like visual ties that in the shapeshifters here that could like imply that the time master and the eagle are kind of sort of connected, if nothing else. So too do we have like the council in the heart of the sky, right? I feel like I had it and then I lost it. It's like we try to put the eye in the firmament, but the eye belongs in the fundament. That's why it's like this Lord of the Rings type. That's where this Lord of the Rings type energy sort of comes in. But it's because we try to put the eye in the firmament that it opens the gateway, doorway, possibility to further confusion or misrepresentation in the broadest sort of sense, because we're putting something in a place where it doesn't belong. This dissolution is almost giving not disassociation, but it's like dysfunction. I feel like this is maybe I need some water. Like I almost want to look before and after. I do have the SKT here. I have both editions of the SKT and the Fable Makers because I had to get to them to get to the Wada known Oracle and the Wada known Alchemy and Archetypes. It's almost giving the Initiate, because in the Initiate, the Guardian sort of waits by the threshold and it awakens and accompanies the Initiate once they, go down that sort of road. It's also interesting because in the Vitruvian edition, at the very least, I can't recall what the Revelations Initiate looks like. I think they may be similar, but you see the snake coiled around an egg in that Initiate card. See, maybe that metaphor, maybe there's something to it. The metaphor of like the mathematician that leaves a problem. The estate provides prize money to whoever solves it, but it's also like whoever solves it inherits the entirety of the estate type energy. Because it almost reads like there's supposed to be an expression of the divine here rather than just an extension of the will of the divine. I'm looking at this like, wait. Because we have the crow and earth, right? So the crow and earth, it's giving like, again, the crow is a messenger from the council, from the firmament, from whatever. And because this is earth, it's like I had significators So there was no way for Pachamama to be here because I pulled the way I pulled. For Pachamama to be here, I would have had to look at the lower world, and the lower world would have had to have been connected to the upper world or the heart of the sky. But also, after Pachamama is the witness, it's not the lower world. So it's like from the firmament comes this messenger, but the messenger finds this like void vessel, which creates the instability that is like this dissolution and this shapeshifter. It's led more by one thing and then the other, and these different things are components rather than, I don't want to say counterparts. And it's because of the darkening in the fundament. And the darkening of the fundament is such a like this whole sulfur in the firmament, darkening of the fundament thing is interesting. Like it feels like its own not separate thing because it's not separate or disconnected because it's very much so like a part and piece of this. Like even if I pull before and after the initiate, I have two decks. And y'all know what I literally just said about having different like decks. I could pull before and after the initiate in both because I think in the Revelations edition, if I recall correctly, and to be honest, I don't really see it, but if I recall correctly, they are very, very similar. So I'm gonna take the Revelations edition to be the firmament and the Vitruvian edition to be the fundament, and we'll just see. I am gonna shuffle these, so I'm not gonna take them necessarily as they are, which I do sometimes, but I'm feeling a shuffle today, so we're gonna shuffle it today. We'll just do two of them. No flips, no falls. I'm looking like I have a significator, so I don't need anybody to speak it. And then I'll cut it. Oops. Oh, okay. There's two of them. 138, 813, the Force and the Reaper. Passage to Initiation and the Tamed Lion have come out. I low key love this combination. Passage to Initiation and the Tamed Lion. The Tamed Lion can never be initiated. And that, again, that's this whole like sulfur darkening thing. Like we try to put the eye in the firmament, but the eye belongs in the fundament because it's the witness that needs to see, not the ones that it's almost like you have upper level management and then you have lower level management. You have people that manage the organization and then you have people that manage facilities and locations. You don't necessarily need organizational level oversight at a location specific level because each location is going to have its own like nuances, right? This tame lion, it's like sedated. It's like it can't go through this initiation because it's sedated, it's tamed. It's like a zoo lion wouldn't survive in the wild, right? Because it's born in captivity. It's like it would starve in the wild because it's not necessarily used to hunting, it's used to being fed. Bottom of the deck is the initiate. See, look, there's the snake. The snake and the egg. So there's no card before. The card after is holy water. There are differences, though. Similar but different. The bird is moving. It's like the bird is can be moving in the same direction, but here it's like perching. Here it's like diving. It's not necessarily giving me um falcon and hawk energy, but it kind of is, but it isn't. Like peregrine falcon and kettle hawk. One of them like dives talons first. The other one dives like head first. So it kind of sort of is given that talons first, head first type energy. I know there's a falcon in the wild unknown, but I don't think there's a hawk. That was quick. This is the fundament. There's no card before the fundament, only a card after. Okay. Where's the other one? Oh, I'm like, where did I put it? Did this not sort of come out recently? I feel like it kind of did. Oop. Again, not necessarily looking for a flip or a fall. I had the significator in mind. Cool. And a cut. Herald of the Earth, the Defector, and the Sacred Word are the bottom three cards. Herald of the Earth is low key because again, this represents the firmament, and we did see the crow with the council. So we have that liaison go between, and then the bottom of the deck is the Herald of the Earth. And then we see the orb on the pedestal. Again, it's that energy of like trying to put the eye in the firmament, but it belongs in the fundament. Maybe we'll break it down further or get some low-hanging fruit along the way. But it has this eye, this orb, on a pedestal. But see, now we're getting some interesting imagery. Not only do we have the eye on the pedestal being offered to the firmament when it belongs in the fundament, the next card, the Defector, the Eight of Cups, not only do we have that Hermes Trismegistus Horus type energy, but that descending bird is in this mystic moon, the one that we see here in that Holy Grail. But it's like imprisoned in the moon. And that's a crescent moon. It's not a full moon. Crescent moon, give like in a crescent moon, it's still pretty dark. The moon illuminates the night. And then we have this sacred word, the crowning. Again, it gives it's heavy, heavy, heavy that tamed lion. Looking for the initiates. So we'll have a card before. We may not necessarily have a card after. Oh, we have one before and after. Okay. Oh, I was looking for this, and it's right here. So we have the Vagabond before, and the Archangel of Glory after the Initiate. So pretty similar. The difference is in the sky. And again, it's this firmament thing. This was the card after. This is before and after. The Vagabond, and it's interesting that the Vagabond has that sort of above. But again, we've already seen this Herald of the Earth at the bottom of the deck on the pedestal, where we're trying to put the eye in the firmament, but putting the eye in the firmament creates this Five of Pentacles energy. And again, we have dissolution and shapeshifter here. So this is the dissolution, where we have this self and then that self, where they're like separate instead of being whole. And then the Archangel of Glory, Angel of Art and Grace. I kind of love that the Angel of Art and Grace here is here because it sort of tends to imagery, fancy, um, imagery, fancy, fantasy, glorification, depiction. I gotta go to the restroom. I'll be back. All right, we're back. So it's giving this on earth as it is in heaven type energy. But it's like So first, like when I went to the bathroom, it was like, oh, like on earth as it is in heaven, right? Between this, and it's outside the church, giving stained glass energy. Also, no, it's different. With the pedestal of the Herald of the Earth. And then before on earth as it is in heaven, it's the line, thy will be done. Right. And it's that whole like extension of the will of the creator versus a divine expression. And you could say it's like it's this like there's a level of obsession, but it's like misdirected or misguided focus. And like we're dealing with the initiate, which is the fool of all fools in this deck. The SKT has three fools: the initiate, the seeker, and the keeper. Right. We're not going with like the keeper who kind of like gets it, or the seeker who was like on the path of understanding. This is like the initiate, the naive one that knows no better. Not necessarily. And again, it's like it's this obsession. Like I feel like I know how to communicate it in my mind, but the words won't make it past my lips. Like you could say it's an obsession with the appearance of certain things, like modeling certain things rather than like those things actually being reality. Because again, it's like we keep trying to put the eye in the sky, we keep trying to put the eye in the firmament, but it belongs in the fundament. That's where the witness is, that's where the eyes of the divine are. The mystic is connected to it, but like it's this level of obsession that like I feel like this just went from what's happening to like this makes so much sense. And it's just like it's not even like I'm trying to like be nice. I feel like there's a very blunt way to put it, and not necessarily trying to just like pursue the more blunt whatever. I feel like I'm at a loss for words, so let's partially indulge. um it's like a person who could be so obsessed with like principles that when it comes to real life they completely miss the point. Like, and it's almost like I have the context that I have because of the experience that I have because of the life that I've lived, right? So like very very low hanging fruit, but you can apply it to literally anything and literally everything because it seems like these days especially it applies to literally anything and everything. It doesn't have to be one specific particular whatever, because as much as we like to believe in love supposedly, There's a whole bunch of cruelty that we venerate and see as our path to whatever comes next, the thing that we want that comes next. But like it makes so little sense to me that I don't even like. It's like again, it misses the point. See, this is as like I'm digging into this, right? And we did just see interestingly enough, we had with the buffalo calf a few lives ago, excuse me, there was that like the the energy that was in the lower world, but it wasn't of the lower world, and so it wasn't bound to the underworld, and so it could come and go as it pleases, right? That whole like Heyoka energy. I had it and then I lost it. Sometimes I need to just like get to because as I try to like tangentially arrive at how I'm sort of getting where I'm going, I like lose the point sometimes. But it's just like I feel like it's with this witness. Oh, I had it and then I lost it. I don't often regret the OJ and the OJL, but it seems like today is probably one of those days where it would have been beneficial. To not be compromised. But also, it's so funny because when I was starting this live, I almost turned the live chat off. When I turn the live chat off, sometimes it's one of those energies of like, let's dig into the energy and see what the energy has to say without symbolically interjecting too much of not an opinion, but it's like sometimes we can take so much of our own experience into a thing that it predisposes us. We're predispositioned to arrive at certain conclusions, right? To pick various low hanging fruits without necessarily making it to the top of the tree. And so, symbolically and metaphorically, when I turn off the live chat, it's like, let's try to take this to the top of the tree. Let's try to step outside of our own experience to see what the truth of this thing could be. And today I almost did that, but I turned it back on because it was kind of sort of this energy that's like a fabled whatever. And like all of our input could be, again, symbolically, various inputs could be beneficial to try to like triangulate this thing. I feel like it's just like I had it and then I lost it. And I feel like it's like dancing on the edge of my recollection. Um, so I guess we're gonna tangent again. We have the fox and the crow. There is a fable, Aesop's fable, the fable of the fox and the crow. Like the crow had a piece of cheese that the fox wanted, and the fox was trying to get the cheese from the crow, and the crow's like, I'm not giving you my cheese. This is my cheese. And the fox was like, oh, you have such a lovely voice. I would love to hear you sing. And played into the not vanity, played into the not ego, not vanity, the whatever of the crow. And as the crow began to sing, it dropped the piece of cheese, and the fox took the cheese, and then it skedaddled because the fox didn't care about how well the crow could sing or whatever. The fox wanted the cheese, and the fox knew that it could use the crow's whatever of being heard singing, because when the crow opened his mouth, it would drop the cheese. Like that's the premier fox and crow connection at the top of my brain. There was something here. Oh, even with the dove, because in the dissociation madness that instability creates between the firmament and fundament, it's like there's this dive bomb attack with dissolution rather than the like perching coming to rest of this holy grail, Ace of Cups. Excuse me, right? And I feel like that kind of got me on a certain train to how like we can be sometimes so quick to attack others or another that we kind of like not necessarily miss the point, but like there's and it was like there's something like this is why it's so easy for sulfur, an element that belongs to the fundament, to be placed in the firmament. Belongs to the fundament in terms of like, those hot springs, that those sulfur hot springs, right? Now, the gaseous sulfur, of course, rises. But anyway, it's like it's big to be rather than seem to be energy. And there's a lot of like trying to emulate, there's a lot of seeming to be, there's a lot of, again, like with that keeper of Karnak, a sort of like twist on that is there are certain journeys. Again, the tamed lion in death, the tamed lion will not see that journey to its end. You cannot initiate a tame lion. It's very much the energy of like you can't tell somebody something that they already believe they know. And it's almost like in some schools of thought, there's no room for the divine when it comes to seeking or pursuing divinity. Or there's no room for divinity when it comes to seeking and pursuing the divine because of all of the not dogma, because it's like there's so much you could say about whatever that we try to emulate a certain lifestyle, or we try to emulate a certain mindset, or we try to emulate an approach to life more than we actually like cultivate that within us, and that creates this like dissociation. It's almost very like no this I should turn on my camera. What does this mean? Hey Gemini, what does this mean? It's like it's when you try to put two things together but then they just like immediately repel. And again, like if we go back to the on earth as it is in heaven, it's almost like trying to it's like there's a way to be on earth that creates, or that what is this word? It's not transpires. It's like there's a way to be on earth that causes this cascade of events that creates heaven, rather than trying to like take an image of heaven and force it upon the earth. Like, it's almost like a city that criminalizes like low hanging fruit, a city that criminalizes homelessness, sets up like those spikes, or like creates all of this infrastructure to like force a problem into the periphery to make it seem like it's not a problem rather than actually solving the problem. It's like if you actually solve the problem, you won't have a problem and you won't have to try to pretend like you don't have a problem, because you wouldn't have a problem if you actually solved the problem. And that's why the I belongs in the fundament. To be rather than seem to be. When we put the I in the firmament, that's us pursuing a path of seeming to be rather than actually being. And again, it crosses whatever, because you could say it's so obvious in a lot of ways. But again, it's like it's because we've pursued the image of something and we've played at being things for so long rather than taking real life opportunities to actually be the thing. Anyway, it feels like there is a deeper element here that's not necessarily that, but it's like that is one expression of the thing. Now, the crow and earth, I could go looking for before and after the middle world to try to symbolize like a fundament and firmament where everything is in its place. And like, I don't know. I guess it could be the luminous warrior. Oh, I could go looking before and after the luminous warrior. And I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to shuffle these and pull before and after the luminous warrior. Because again, with the crow and earth, it feels like there's a component of the firmament that attempts to reach down. Because again, like with the whole sisters, not twins, smoky mirror type thing, there's a component of the firmament that attempts to reach down to the fundament to initiate whatever that connection produces, and vice versa. Because again, when the energy of the fundament came out, it was like it was attempting to rise. Like there are parts of the fundament that try to reach out to the firmament, but it's almost like a not Frankenstein type, where it's like it doesn't, either it gets a fraction or it doesn't find its component piece. And the luminous warrior is the easiest card that comes to my recollection, so that the fundament finds its component in the firmament and the firmament finds its component in the fundament. And it's interesting because there was an energy a minute ago of like analogs, right? Like there was an analog between, oops, an analog between like this and that. And it's like one of them is stuck, but if you go to the analog, that one begins to move. And because they're connected, the other begins to move. Now, in that separation, if there's a disconnect, it's almost like if you think of quantum entanglement, right? Two things are quantumly entangled, so that a change in one should produce a change in another. But in their separation, it's like there is static or interference introduced to the connection. So it becomes interrupted. Again, it's giving that dissolution, dissonance. The threshold just came out. The threshold is interesting. It's a chasm rather than a connection. Like it should be a bridge. And neither card has a bridge. There's that gap, which can lead to miscommunication. When you reach the threshold, it's like, again, there should be a bridge here because they should be connected, but they're not. It's also interesting that the smoky mirror is at the bottom of the deck because we've seen in the Diceology recently a day with no mirrors. And that was the inner interface. That was a good one. Okay. 3, 2, 1, and a cut. Bottom of the deck, we have the Seer, Fire, and the Earthkeeper. Love these energies. To have the Seer and Fire, when we have like the Mystic and Sulfur, the Mystic, the Seer, but like the Seer's eyes are closed. Oh, look, not only are the eyes closed, but we also have the bird giving like the council and the crow type energy. Of course. Of course. And there's the lower world. Okay, so there's the journey. Oh, the journey is number 29. Sulfur is number 29. What is that? It's always hard when the journey begins. Which Pokemon is that? Black and white. Pokemon Black and White. It's always hard when the journey begins. What, trying to find your way, gotta make new friends. But there's something you can choose because you got the power inside of you. It's not always black and white. Imagine Nintendo taking my whole channel down. It's not about win or lose, it's the road you choose. Pokemon Black and White opening lyrics. I'm just going to read them. I do not own the rights to this song. I did not create or invent this song. But seeing the journey, it brought it to mind. So the lyrics. Okay. It's always hard when the journey begins, hard to find your way, hard to make new friends, but there's nothing you can't do because you've got the power inside of you. It's not always black and white, but your heart always knows what's right. It's not about win or lose, it's the path you choose. Let the journey begin. Pokemon. That it's not about win or lose, it's the path you choose is interesting because it was maybe I Ching. I don't remember the number. In the first pair, it was what number 20, I believe, shifted into. It was 50 something. And it was like whether the warrior chooses to advance or retreat, as long as the decision is made with conviction, it's going to be the right choice. And I think that's when the fundament sort of came out. I'm pretty sure. So that would have been the last live, I believe. And that it's not about win or lose, it's the path you choose. Anyway, the journey is here. We have the coyote number 12, 12, 12, 21. The luminous warrior number 32, and wind number 63. Seeing the coyote with the luminous warrior, I'm not surprised because, again, with the initiate, when you go down this path, the guardian of that path awakens and shall accompany you. So, again, to see the coyote with the luminous warrior, like no brainer. But that's also interesting because the SKT Revelations edition already showed us with that the tame lion cannot properly go down that path of initiation. And because the tame lion cannot cross the threshold to begin that initiation, the guardian would never awaken. And that's why there's been this energy of like there are no guides to that secret place, to that clearing in the forest, or to that oasis in the desert. Everything will guide you out of the desert, it will guide you out of the forest, but it will not guide you to that secret place. And it's because the tame lion cannot be initiated. Going down the path of initiation is the condition for this guardian to awaken. So, again, to see the coyote with the luminous warrior, and this coyote is awake, not surprised. And then we have wind, number 63, sort of after that. Only like, oh, the lower world. The lower world is after wind. And that's why I took the journey before, because the journey is the card before the card before. Before the coyote is the journey. After the lower world, or after wind is the lower world. I kind of love that the journey is before the coyote because there's a journey to get to that threshold. We don't necessarily start at the gateway to initiation. It's a point that we arrive at along the journey before we're initiated even deeper into whatever our journey is. And maybe that's the point at which the fundament returns to a state where it is manned, personed, divined, attended, right? To see this sleeping guardian next to the initiatory path, to have the unattended crossroads before. It's unattended because the person or energy that's supposed to be guarding it is asleep. Again, with the tame lion would never go down that path of initiation. It's incapable of going down that path of initiation. So the guardian would never awaken. So the crossroads would remain unattended. And was that the same reading though? I think that was the same reading. Under the lower world, then it was what the ghost dance was under the lower world. And now water is under the lower world. I love that water, a difference of 30, 11, and 17 between 31 and 61. I love that water is in the lower world because, I mean, I'm assuming it's flowing and it's not just stagnant and festering. So maybe I don't love it. But we have wind, the lower world, and water. Because wind, lower world, and water, it implies a certain fluidity and movement, right? So we have 3 and 9. 12 and 63. 1 plus 2 is 3. 6 plus 3 is 9. 1, 2, 6, 3. 1, 2, 3, 6. Well, 6, 3, 1, 2. How it came out. Wind being here could be a callback to, and I almost pulled the deck, but I was like, nah. Wind being here could be a callback to wind in the elemental oracle card. And wind in the elemental oracle card is what really illuminated, brought forth that Heyoka type energy. For illustrative purposes. I've been pulled out the book. Motion air. So it wasn't wind, it was air. But motion, again, like moving waters, flowing waters, no stagnancy, wind and air, motion, movement. Also, is this a hawk or a falcon? I might have to read the book to see if they say, is there a wind card or is it only air? Air may be the card of wind in this deck. I'm going to read the table of contents. Earth, air, wind. There is a card of wind. Wind is change, air is motion. I was about to look at something. What was I going to look at? Oh, okay. This is such an interesting, like the way it's kind of unfolding is low key interesting. Like again, my Mercury is in my 12th house. Mercury is in my 12th house retrograde Pisces. My brain operates in metaphor. And this, it's like parts of the story have been like shifting. Right. So it's almost like there is an aspect, the metaphor of the story now is almost like there's an aspect of the divine that you could call a relic. And it's low key giving one of those Magic the Gathering booster pack readings with the like golems that were left to protect the city. But some ruler of the city grew ambitious, sought to claim lands that weren't theirs. And so what was left to protect would not serve when it comes to conquering. And so they voided that protection and then were left vulnerable. And at that point, the golems wouldn't even protect the city because you can't protect the city from something that is the repercussion to an action that you took. Right? Like, that's not how that works. Like, you don't get to go and cause trouble and then fall back and try to seek whatever. It's like cause and effect. This is the effect to for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. This is the equal and opposite reaction to the action that you took. So there can be no protection. Just as the option was freely chosen, so was the reaction freely accepted type energy. And not you in particular, obviously, unless it is you, in which case, hey, if the shoe fits, Cinderella, your prince is calling for you. Anyway, but instead of that, it's almost like there is some kind of what would have become a divine relic, but it's almost like there has been no circumstance in which it could act because of a chain of events, right? Because of actions, responses, transgressions, whatever. But so it's like that's like this crow is on a mission to find not a chosen one, to find a spot or a point in which it can like properly intervene type energy. And again, it's like if someone was wronged, but they've already taken justice into their own hands. If they someone was wrong, but they've taken justice into their own hands, which caused them to wrong someone else that didn't deserve to be wrong, then it's like it voids the it doesn't leave justice any room to come in, because now that would be the double-edged blade of Smikiel, or the angel of vengeance, rather than the focused blade of Kushiel, the angel of punishment. It's almost like it's like that type of energy. I don't think they're gonna tell me what this bird is, but that don't mean I can't look. 63, which is a 10. No, 63 is a 9. 64 is the witness. The symbol of the wind represents the element of air. It rules communication, thought, song, and inspired ideas. Southwest, northeast, whichever way the wind is blowing. Yeah, it's not telling me. I keep on to ask Google. I know. I'm sorry. Let's see. If I go to the weather app, will you tell me which way the wind is blowing? It's windy. Wind speeds of 21 miles per hour. But which way is it blowing? Can I click wind? I can click wind. The wind speed over the next few hours will be a little stronger compared to the same time yesterday. She's giving me pressure, UV index, dew point, humidity, wind, south by southwest. There we go. South by southwest, 21 miles per hour. So, south, carrying a new sense of trust, helping you gently begin to discard habits and parts of you that are no longer needed. West, calling you to more introspection, to a willingness to make a final decision, to let go of attachment and ego desires. There's like four. things for wind, so I read south and west. It is not moving to bring you wisdom and strength, and it is not carrying clarity of vision or purpose. It's not bringing purpose, vision, wisdom, or strength. It's interesting that it's not bringing strength because these two cards that fell out. This is the strength card. This is the strength card. Strength and death. There is no initiation for the tame lion. I'm gonna ask. I may not get an answer. Hey Google. In the mystical shaman oracle card, on the wind card, what is the bird that is depicted?
The bird depicted on the wind card in the Oracle of the Birds deck,
No.
published by Simon & Schuster and created by
No. Hey Google. Hey Google. What is the bird depicted on the wind card in the mystical shaman oracle cards by Alberto
The
Velo?
wind card in the mystical shaman oracle depicts a kingfisher. In various traditions,
A
the
kingfisher.
symbolizes clear communication, mental clarity, and the ability to dive deep into the subconscious to bring hidden truths to the surface. Would you like me to look up the specific meaning of this card in a spread?
I should have read that. It mentioned bringing hidden subconscious truths to the surface. Kingfisher was not what I was looking for. Is this a kingfisher? Oops. Oh, crap. It could be. See, I don't. I could see why. No. No, the beak of a kingfisher is different. This isn't a kingfisher. I'm not going to get an answer. It's fine. It's fine. I was wondering if it's a hawk or a falcon because then I was going to be like, one of them again descends. The falcon might descend beak first, and the hawk descends talons first. Because I think the peregrine falcon is the fastest, and it basically does a dive bomb. I mean, with that beak, it is looking falcon. It doesn't matter. Let's do falcon versus hawk. I know I'm getting like sidetracked here, but I mean, both of the beaks are pretty not pronounced, pretty short. It's fine. Doesn't matter. So that's why, as much as I love Gemini, sometimes you still gotta. Gemini don't know everything. Anyway, like I shuffled both of these. I'll just do this one. So we're gonna pull the 63rd card. Here, there we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 61, 62, 63. Kairos. And it's literally an eye. Bottom of the deck is Eros. And then the 12th card. The Council is number 11. The Witness is number 64. So we literally have the card after 11, after the Luminous Warrior, and the card before 63, or the card before 64, before the Luminous Warrior. See, Kairos being mythic time, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sugar, which is number 31. The card at the bottom of the deck is Sap of the Moon Plant, number 41, which we've also seen. The Golden Rose was at the bottom of the deck before. Now it's the Sap of the Moon Plant. 71. Excuse me. 71 and 41 at the bottom of the decks. The difference is 30. A difference of 30. 11 plus 17. Cool. This is 31. 32 is a Luminous Warrior. I feel like we've seen card number 31. Where is... Here we go. What's 31? The Lower World is number 31. Oh, goodness. It's fine. The Lower World should be right here. Sugar in the Lower World, when we were literally just talking about the pomegranates. 31 is also the mirror of 13. 13 is the death card. So, what I love about Kairos Mythic Time is it almost gives the energy of Phanuel Angel of Truth. And it's interesting that the energy of Phanuel Angel of Truth is here because of the whole, like, it's not necessarily bringing clarity of vision, and it's not bringing whatever the other thing was. Wind is 63. It's not bringing It's not bringing clarity of vision and purpose, and it's not bringing wisdom. But what's interesting is Why? Because of Kairos mythic time. And that last one, the energy of that spire outside of time that's like chronolocked or in a chronostasis. And was there a messenger or a message? I think we saw the letter in the tower together when I went looking at the books, right? Maybe. There was something about like trying to send a message to the tower, but it being locked in that chronostasis. But with this energy here, because of Kairos mythic time, it's like it can approach that tower. And it's interesting because it's like from the outside, there's a chronostasis, and everything on the inside of the tower or near the tower is like it looks frozen, frozen in time, in a moment. And anything that gets too close also like freezes in time. But there's an energy here. It's like from the outside, it looks like a moment that's been frozen in time. But there's an energy here that can withstand that chronostasis. And it's like on the inside, it's not frozen. It's like a region of desynchronized time. So time continues inside of the tower, but from outside, it looks like it stopped. Now, it doesn't feel like an energy that stays in the tower. So when it reemerges, that'll be interesting. And is it because of this? Like, I guess I shouldn't be surprised because of the dissolution and the disassociation that's here between the firmament and the fundament. Like, I shouldn't be surprised that it's like time hasn't frozen, it's just been like desynchronized. I'm going to read these two 31 and 76. 76 here. Kairos, mythic time synchronicity. Let's do it this way. We have all had the experience. I already regret reading this. I'm already like, I don't know. We have all had the experience of timelessness, of life beyond the ticking of the clock. It may be felt as time standing still, slow motion, or losing track of time on a walk or in a lovely conversation. This is known as mythic time, and it is the territory of Kairos. This card suggests there is a secondary time continuum that goes beyond any earthly clocks and schedules. Within this nonlinear realm, we access divine timing. A single moment ripens with auspiciousness, and our actions change the trajectory of our whole life. Time becomes a living thing that watches over us and tells us precisely when to speak or act. When this card appears, it is all about patience and precision. No clock can guide you. Wait for the rush of inner knowing and not a moment longer. That precision is the domain of the bird that is not about speed. The falcon was about speed. The hawk was about precision. And that's the kettle hawk. Because it was a kettle hawk peregrine falcon. I wish the book told me if this were a hawk or a falcon. I guess I don't need it to. Wait, a kettle of hawks? I thought a kettle hawk was a thing. A kettle is just a group of birds wheeling and circling in the air. So what's the hawk? What's the famous hawk? Because it's not the peregrine falcon. It's fine. Let's go back to hawks versus falcons. Falcon versus hawk. Okay. So from the AI overview, hawks and falcons are distinct birds of prey with key differences in anatomy and hunting. Falcons have long pointed wings and high speed hunting methods, while hawks have broader, rounder wings designed for soaring and soaring speeds up to 120 miles per hour. Falcons are often smaller with dark hooked beaks, whereas hawks are generally larger with sharper, more curved beaks. A hooked beak versus a curved beak. What's the difference? Speed and flight. Falcons are built for speed and high speed dives. Hawks are built for efficient soaring and hunting with quick bursts of speed. I'm pretty sure the diving falcon is the one that goes head first. Google was like so quick with what I needed years ago. It's fine. I'm pretty sure that's it. It has to be because one was speed, the other one was precision. So, process of elimination. This holy grail is asking for precision. Dissolution is diving at speed. And again, that whole like speed versus precision, haste makes waste. Like, that's what makes it easy to just not see the whatever. Compare the Greek words chronos and kairos. This will guide you to an understanding of logos and mythos. Am I going to have to ask what's the difference between chronos and kairos? The word evil comes from the root unripe. Consider that everything has a time of ripeness when it becomes a nourishing fruit, sweet to the lips. And we did see lips in the Eros card, sweet, sugar to the lips, Eros. You see, it's in the lips. Sure, why not? Let's indulge the book. One, two, three, four. It's 12:34. Chronos. Oops. Oh goodness. ONOS versus Kairos. Chronos and Kairos are two distinct Greek terms or concepts of time. Chronos refers to chronological, linear, and quantitative time measured in seconds, hours, or calendar dates. Kairos represents qualitative, opportune, or divine time, focusing on the right or perfect moment rather than the quantity of time passing. Chronos is sequential, Kairos is opportune. Chronos is measured by clocks and calendars. Kairos cannot be measured, it is experienced. This whole like quantitative versus qualitative time is interesting because of the whole, again, in the last one, qualitative, not qualitative, um, colligative and extensive properties versus intensive properties, properties that are of the thing itself, right? The luminous warrior was an example of something intensive. The luminosity is a nature of the luminous warrior. It doesn't depend, like, it's not the circumstance, it's not the conditions, it's not what's happening or what hasn't happened. The luminous warrior is always luminous regardless. It's an intensive property. I guess just like this mythic time of Kairos that cannot be measured in days, hours, seconds, whatever. It has to be experienced. Sugar Sacrum 31. Sacred sweetness, pleasure, and attraction. Sacred sweetness with that mythic time, divine timing. Interesting. Oh, how sugar dances on the tongue. No matter how intellectual and scholarly our pursuits, sugar reminds us of our longing for simple pleasures. Until the 12th century, our need for sweetness was fulfilled by raw honey offered by the bees. This material had many medicinal properties and was known in alchemy as a sacred elixir. Now, most of our sources of sweetness are highly processed, defined for us by a culture of consumption. This card is a call to explore the simple sweetness in life. Can you add tenderness to your alchemical experiment? How about joy or even laughter? It is likely the pleasure you crave will not be found from manufactured means, but from the childlike wonder residing in the heart. Remember the alchemical wisdom of like attracts like. Pleasure is healing in and of itself. What is the simplest, most feasible means of joy you can participate in today? It does not have to be big and boisterous. Joy is everywhere. One of sugar's physical attributes is stickiness. See how this concept affects the cards within the reading and the personalities involved. Attachment. Attachment rarely serves. It is so interesting that it says attachment rarely serves because one of the last teachings we saw, if not the last one, I don't remember which one the last one was, mentioned, no, it was the last one that shifted into a different one. So it was the pre-shifted raw final I Ching, which meant that said like clinging is auspicious if the man, I wish I had that. If the internal fire is bright or something like that. I do have, I don't think it was I Ching number 63. It may have been I Ching number 50. I can pull up the book of maps here. And what I love about that is like when it said that clinking can be like clinking is auspicious if the internal fire burns brighter than the external fire, because we just saw as well. I think fire was the lower trigram, maybe, or was it earth? Because we just saw. What did we just read? It was like win or lose something. It was the whole. It was the callback to conviction. Oh my gosh. Really? Wow, how far? Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. All right, all right, all right. I know we had I Ching 20, 50, 32 was another one. I think 50 shifted to 32 because it was like a 5-5 type situation. $50 is cauldron, 32 is endurance. We also saw 20 and some other number. Attachment, I Ching number 30. I'm pretty sure it's that one. It would be hilarious if it is I Ching number 30, because again, there's been this difference of 30, difference of 30, 11 plus 17 equals 30. And that is the fundament added to the firmament. Now, the average of 11 and 17, there's a difference of 5. Is it 14? 11 plus 3 is 14. 14 plus 3 is 17. And temperance has been an energy that's been coming out and coming out and coming out. And I'm pretty sure temperance also came out last time too. Because I mentioned temperance being the flowing waters, right? Emotional attachment, clinging, I Ching number 30. Interesting that it's 30 again. You are clinging on emotionally. You hope you can depend or rely on one who you have attached yourself emotionally to. Yet, for the matter at hand, clinging is auspicious. Nurturing and caring for the fertile cow will bring prosperity. Though you cling, do persevere. You must burn with fire from within and not rely on the external burning of fire. The luminous fire must start from within and burn outward. Clinging and emotional attachment is auspicious if the inner fire itself burns bright. And again, that whole inner fire, luminous warrior, it is intensive. It's from the warrior himself. It's not the environment. It's not everything going right. It's not this, it's not that. It's not colligative and it's not extensive. So again, kairos, qualitative, mythic time that cannot be measured. And this raw sweetness in absence of everything processed. And again, that processed sweetness is giving heavy, tamed lion energy. The tamed lion that cannot be initiated. The threshold that will never be crossed. The guardian that remains asleep at the crossroads that will eternally be unattended. And again, it's because, see that, and what I also love about Kairos being here is like, it's like that speaks to the not complexity, but the situationality, the circumstantial nature of this crow that is attempting to find, like, the firmament reaching out to the fundament and the fundament reaching up to the firmament, and they're like not necessarily finding those analogs, which is like, it's like you can have an egg and you can have the sperm, but if the passage is blocked, they will never meet to fuse to eventually become the embryo, to eventually become the child. And it doesn't matter how often you try, if there is a barrier that prevents that fusion. And again, we saw the crow with earth. Around Pachamama, earth is separate from the witness. They are not one. There was something else too. Maybe in that sugar that reminded me of how the energy reads as like the mind, the body, and the soul slash spirit as different components of a whole rather than different expressions of the same thing, right? When they're different expressions of the same thing, they're all relatively the same, but expressed in a different medium, right? The body is expressed physically, the mind is expressed um, communally, communicationally, and the soul is expressed through shared experience or through presence. right? But when the mind, the body, and the soul and the heart are all separate things, it's like your body is doing one thing while your heart wants to do another, and your mind is telling you to do something else, and your soul is just like spirit is all in all kinds of disarray and unrest because of the whatever. Why did I open this? Sacrum 31. Was it here? Maybe not. Raw honey offered by the bees. I'm pretty sure that is Soror Mystica, the mystical sister. And we have the mystic here. So every time I've looked at the mystic, I've seen like the mystical sister. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it. Soror Mystica, mystical sister. The bee is on. See, I love this because it's like if you add the moth plus these two thingies on the outside, you would get the mystic, and that's like the firmament and fundament sort of like melding, merging. Spiritus Rector. That's what the bee is. Spiritus Rector, benevolent guide. But the bee, yeah, benevolent guide, Spiritus Rector. It was in between Virgin's Milk, and it's interesting that it's Virgin's Milk because I saw the Virgin with the threshold. The creator of the Virgin with the threshold at the bottom of the deck. Lax, Virginis, Virgin's Milk, and the fog. Nebula, fog, yeah. Now, what's also interesting is under Virgin's Milk is Scintillate, Scintillate. Oh my gosh. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then antimony. Ugh, okay. Which is the gray wolf. The gray wolf. The wolf, the tail of the wolf. The wolf that guides the lost out of the forest. Out of the secret place. So 30. We got 30, 31, and 32, right? Do we have 32? Maybe not. No, we shouldn't. Yeah, the Luminous Warrior is number 32. Sugar is 31. 30 is glass. Glass, the androgen, and the fog, which is 30, 62, and 39. Before Spiritus Rector, which is the bee, which is the producer of that raw honey that we seek, right? That used to be. The Spiritus Rector is number 57. We have 58 on the table. I thought. Maybe not today. Maybe it was the last time. We have Virgin's Milk, number 40. Sparks of Light, 46. We do have 64. 64 is the witness. And Smoke, which is 32. Oh, 32. 32 is a Luminous Warrior. I love that 32 is a Luminous Warrior because there's the gold. Now, it's interesting that we have Fog on one side of Spiritus Rector and we have Smoke on the other side. Because to me, in the Wild Unknown alchemy, Fog is like there's the fog of Neptune and then there's the smoke of Neptune. Fog is what exists when it's like there's a vision, but it's ungrounded or there's no clarity. It's nebulous. Smoke is, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? So It's like a path to the thing. And because it's a path to the thing, there's more clarity in smoke than there is in the fog, right? It's like that's the difference between here is this thing that doesn't exist that I'm in the process of inventing, and I see a path to invention, creation. I am on that path, and in a certain amount of quantitative time, it will come to be. Whereas fog is just like a vision or something that's imagined, but there's no, it's almost like you could say the shadow of Pisces, or it's in terms of like, again, it's the vision, but there's no, it doesn't necessarily become reality. Whereas smoke is actualizable, manifestable. There is a path for it to become material and not just nebulous. And it's because the gold. It's like the gold provides the warmth, right? And in the mystic, of course, there are two pieces of gold. There's more than enough gold. You only need one piece. One piece. You only need one piece of gold for smoke to see the path, right? Sparks of light, virgin's milk. And then, see, glass and the androgen, again, this plays into that whole to seem to be, it's like seeing something and trying to emulate that thing. And inspiration in and of itself is not bad, but it's like there's a way to be inspired by something where it's like you miss the heart and the soul of the thing, right? It's like becoming a doll or a lifeless replica because it only looks at the external, it only looks at actions or things that can be observed with the eyes, but it doesn't emulate those, like the substance of the thing, right? It's like a food commercial, right? Like in the commercial, you'll get the food that you see in a commercial is not edible at all, right? The mayonnaise will be like glue, and the buns will be whatever, and the meat isn't real. You can't actually eat the food that's in the commercial. So, like, that's why the food that you get in real life doesn't necessarily look like the commercial, because the commercial is meant to be visually whatever. There's no substance to it. And so, of course, if you try to eat that food, it's giving camazotz, it's giving sand, right? Like, dude was eating all that food on the beach, and girl was like, "This is sand. Like, what are you doing?" And he was like, "What?" And then it was like it turned to sand in his mouth after he was made aware. Type energy. I don't remember her name. Um, and of course, I only know Camazotz. I mean, I've seen The Wrinkle in Time, A Wrinkle in Time, the movie, but Stranger Things season 5, part 2, Camazotz. Come on, there was no substance to it. And that's the thing about glass and the androgen in the fog. There's no substance. That's the thing about putting the eye in the firmament. And that's the thing about, it's like trying to appear to be a certain way. But again, there's no substance. And without substance, it's like there's not enough for, which, like, I guess that's an interesting thing about a vessel, because usually when it comes to a vessel, you would want a vessel to be empty so that it can be filled with whatever you put into the vessel. But it's like without any substance, it won't be absorbed or taken up. Anyway, and just like Virgin's milk being on the side of smoke, being on the side of sparks of light, we literally just saw sparks of light skin to eye the last time. Also, again, this is 46, which is the mirror to 64, which is the witness. This is the fundament meeting the firmament. And that's why you can have a lactating virgin. And that's how you get smoke instead of fog. A path to something realizable and actualizable and just like real. Something more than appearance. See that? And yeah, sulfur here, that's when you get an empty vessel. A vessel with no substance that seeks to welcome in whatever, and it ends up getting something that it did not think it was getting or want or ask for. And it's like it's one of those things where it's like, girl, what did you really think? Like it's like someone wants to be like a paragon of like peace and whatever. And so within a metaphorical example, it's like someone wants to be a paragon of like peace. And so they commit a whole bunch of atrocities and do a whole bunch of things to create a semblance of peace, something that looks like peace. And then it's like at the end of the day, and it's like whatever fill that vessel, it's like, well, like, what did you think? Like, did you really think that peace was all of the things that you did? Like, why are you surprised that this is where you end up? Like, where was the disconnect? You know what I mean? Anyway, of course, that's the low hanging fruit of it all. I still don't know. Maybe this is a hawk. Is that beak giving curved or hooked? I could turn on my camera. Girl, I don't know. Let's see. I've only used the camera on Gemini like twice because although I love sometimes talking to her, she don't need to see. You know what I mean? And I know that like my camera, girl, anybody apparently probably can access it, but as much as I love Gemini, even I have my reservations. But I'm just like really curious. So we're gonna see if Gemini can tell me. Hey, Gemini, can you tell me if this is a depiction of a hawk or a falcon?
That looks like a falcon, most likely a peregrine. You can tell by the blocky head, the dark patches on its face like a mask, and the dark markings across its body. Hawks tend to have more rounded wings and a different type of beak. Is there anything specific you were curious about?
No, no thanks. I don't even really give her an opportunity. Okay, so it is a. I had a feeling it would be a falcon. I'm just like, ugh. But again, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Did I not look at a peregrine falcon? Peregrine Falcon. See, where did I put the card? I guess it is giving Peregrine Falcon, but the chest, like, there's some red in the chest. Oh, this one has some red in the chest. Yeah, it's looking like this one. Yep, yep. Anyway, it's fine. The point stands. I don't want to say, like, what was the point of this? I also wonder. Not necessarily. Well, it's fine. It's been like 2.5 hours. We can get final cards and call it a night. See, even the fog, because it's like glass, the androgen, and then the fog. It's like it's illusory. This dissolution is giving so much of a disconnect, and it's because of the disconnect that it makes it easy for things to be lost in translation. What's interesting is, though, oh, and then antimony. Antimony was under smoke. And I love antimony because, it's the gray wolf. Also, antimony eats through everything in the laboratory, but it cannot eat through gold. Gold is here that creates an environment that can be stable in the presence of antimony. There is no gold here. Mm. Interesting. I don't know. Part of me is like, okay. But I'm glad I did this because of the clarification. Because again, when I was first sort of reading it, it did give that unattended crossroads an expression of the will of the divine, but not necessarily like a place where you'd find an embodiment of the divine. It's like, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I was like, maybe I've communicated. It's like, I wish I could put it into words. Because I feel like it's not something, maybe that's it, right? Maybe I don't have to try to break down expression of the will of the divine or expression of the will of the creator and not like the creator. Hello? Okay, all right, 1 second. Apparently, we got some cards that are face up. I just saw silver, and I'm like, wait, these should be face down. Quicksilver, Quicksilver and silver were both face up. Separation, the azure vault, the blue temple, lead, which is the base material, leucosis, lightning against nature, the red and white rose, mortifactio, mortification, raven's head, caput corvi, coagulation, were all upright. Okay. I think the rest of these are face down. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Okay. It was reading like I forget where I was gonna say it. It's almost giving like before the veil came down, there was like that crossroad was attended. There was an expression of the divine. The fundament was like that Pachamama. There was like earth wasn't separate from the spirit, right? And so that dissociation wasn't as extreme. The dissolution wasn't as extreme. And that's any of your cultures that are old enough, any of your cultures that have stories and that maintain the knowledge of when other beings lived amongst us, be they angels or girl, whatever, who knows. But it's like after the veil came down, that's when the crossroads, like that's when the guardian went to sleep, right? And if you're on a path of initiation, then it will wake up. Now, I don't know if the rousing of the guardian is pulling us into that bodhisattvic Elijah energy. I wouldn't. And because we saw sparks of light, and because we talked about vessels, it's like that's when you get a vessel that has enough substance to hold that spark of light. And so when the spark of light is integrated with a compatible physical vessel, then it transcends its mortality. It becomes whole, no longer fractured. The great work and antimony, the great work and the destroyer of anything that is not gold. That's what I was going to say. Like when my mind, like when I started talking and my mind went blank, it was that like it's giving like pre veil drop versus post veil drop. And then, of course, maybe there was more context beyond that. I don't know. I almost used a good tarot today. I was looking at it when I went to grab the mystical shaman oracle cards. I was looking at it. It was looking at me. Oop. I was looking at it. It was looking at me. Hold up. Wait. I did 11 and 17. This is 13 and 17. Why did I do 11? 11 is the council. It's in the average of 13 and 17 is 15. 15 is the number of the shapeshifter. We saw the shapeshifter come out. Also, though, 15 is the number that's missing in this sequence. 11, 13, 17. Should be 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. Odd numbers, right? But 15 being the shapeshifter, again, there was something in its inability to maintain a form or to be stable in one at the very least. It's much too intensive, or it's much too extensive and colligative, right? It's a factor of circumstances and quantity rather than quality. Oh, the wind. Oh my, I almost left all these cards on the table. The wind, the coyote, the luminous warrior, the witness. Hello. Pachamama. Or imagine, like, I don't even if, like, because if we talk about integrity and authenticity, it's like someone's own soul. Like, if there's mind, body, and spirit, it's like someone's mind, it's like the soul of a person is trying to settle into their being, but their mind, body, and spirit are in some kind of disarray. So it can't. It's not necessarily just that. The owl at the bottom of the deck with the rainmaker. Make it rain. Right. We see the rainmaker, and somebody think it's about throwing dollar bills. And it's not about throwing dollar bills. Is that a card in reverse? No. No. I think that was the Archangel Healer. Excuse me. Maybe the wind can be both speedy and precise, but it's more so about precision than it is about speed. And it's interesting because we have been seeing the Knight of Swords, and the energy of the Knight of Swords has been a thing. And we've seen multiple aspects: the conservator and the politic. Conservator came out Sun in Capricorn, the politic Sun in Aries came out. Mars in Pisces, the joyous one, is under that. The conservator is the one that protects that. The conservator is the one that protects that which needs protecting or that which must be protected. The politic is the scheming to try to get what has been protected. She's giving. I'm not going to take that as the final card, though. I'm still assembling all of these. Oops. Okay. Well, a card just came out face down. We'll keep the face down card for when I start getting final cards. I'm still, like I said, assembling all the other decks. Also, some of the people I subscribed to when I was a child, meaning like, I mean, maybe 17, 16, 17, 18, maybe 19, 20, over a decade ago now, there's like this new wave of folks, question mark? Like one person, I saw like a zodiac sign, and I'm like, who is this? And then I click on the video, and it's like the person that it was someone that I had found early in my coming out sort of journey, right? Not so early that I hadn't started coming out, but early enough that I was still like learning to be sort of settled within myself. And like one day I had a realization more so than a realization. I think I was talking to one of my friends because I came out to the first people I came out to were like people that I would not see in real life. I mean, a lot of the first, right? People who I was like close to, but like there was one person I was close to that had like recently moved. And I came out to her, and she was more religious. And so I was kind of nervous a little bit because I was like, oh, girl, what's about to happen? And as she was like, as I was talking to her, I just remember thinking, like, because of course there's a lot of condemnation that you'll get in a lot of beliefs, like organized religions, right? I'm assuming outside of just Christianity. But one day it was just like, as I was talking to her, I was like, I don't feel less loved by God, right? Any of the condemnation, like it feels like it comes from the church or from the churches that I've been to, from the interpretations of the word that I've heard. But it doesn't feel like that condemnation comes from God. And so for me, that was a whole like moment. And that person upload, and I don't remember what the video was, but I left a comment on the video that was like, when I learned, like the more I learned to accept myself and the more I love to learn myself, the more that love aligns with the love that is for me. You know what I mean? And so that's why I don't take on the conviction of anybody else who may sort of be teetering or who believe a different way. What's for me is for me, what's for someone else is for them. But for me, it was just like I don't feel condemned, less loved, or what. Like I feel like me loving and accepting me makes me feel more loved. Right now, there's a whole other, but anyway, that person was like the one behind the channel. I was like, what? That's crazy. And somebody else that I subscribed to, like, and the heyday of YouTube, I want to say, like, she's also like uploading content now. I'm just like, that's wild. Anyway, love to see it. Six of Cups at the bottom of the deck as I'm reminiscing. Anyway. And again, like to me, like there's a difference between things that I know I shouldn't be doing or whatever. Like the conviction is there, but I've never felt convicted. And that's what's made it easy for me to hold true, I guess, or to not be whatever. And I think that's what's also made it easier for me to not have to sacrifice my faith, but also at the same time, I'm more spiritual than I am religious. And I've been that way for a while. I did struggle like reconciling what I felt of like God and the divine and then like what I saw and heard like in the church. And it wasn't necessarily anything in particular. I don't know. Anyway, he's uploading like spiritual content now, and I was just like, whoa, I love it. Anyway, all right. Oh, agape, that unconditional love. Okay, and the mountain, because this deck, the mountain and the medallion. You climb the mountain and you get your prize. 33.59. Cool. I'm just trying to put these cards. There's always gonna be another mountain. You're always gonna want to make it move. If I can just get two of these without a card flipping over, thank you. All right. So the card that came out, it's the Force, the Tamed Lion. Now it's the Revelations Force. Oh my gosh. This one is still out. I forgot to put it back. See, and so I love that I flipped that over after I talk about conviction and my conviction versus external conviction versus a conviction that was put upon me. Um, and maybe that's the difference. Like a conviction that is externally with attachment, right? Clinging is auspicious if the internal fire burns brighter. Otherwise, it can be dangerous. And the one that clings to the external, the one that clings that doesn't have that fire burning from within, that is brighter or of at least comparable luminosity, that's the tame lion that can't be initiated because it you could say it never walks its own path. It only walks the path laid out before it, or it will only walk someone else's path. You can say that and then treat it as a metaphor and whatever. Bottom of the deck is the joined one. The force and the joined one. They come together. Maybe that's the difference. These can come together with the joined one. And then the erudite is under that. 8, 9. The Lux X Tenebris, light from darkness. Again, it's heavy, that like self whatever energy. And because it is of the self, it can be integrated and married with the self. If it's not of the self, it will be rejected. Like any other kind. It's almost like if you get an organ transplant, but you reject the donor organ. So now your body is like fighting extra hard type energy. Like the other one, the Vitruvian force, was a rejected donor organ. It was the conviction or the something of another. It was an external fire, an external source. Like another sun blazing in your sky. They don't work like that. I mean, like for me, the hermit has multiple journeys because there are multiple sources of light or multiple things that the hermit uses as a source of light in that lantern. More often than not, the first time the hermit journeys with the light of the Hierophant. And under the light of the Hierophant, the hermit makes progress. There are certain things that the hermit can see and work through, but eventually the hermit has to find its own light. And once the hermit finds its own light, it can dive deeper, delve deeper, it can expand into areas that it's already sort of like experienced, but it can get into like the nooks and crannies, or the light is brighter so it can see even more, or it just it illuminates the environment in a way that makes other things stand out. And then along that second journey or on to a third is the spark, the skin to light spark of light, the light of the creator that we're all like made with, right? Which goes even deeper. That's getting to like that second interface. You go so far internal that you reemerge external type energy. Sacred word at the bottom of the deck, and the golden shield. Ace of Swords, Queen of Wands energy. In that, it's like the tame lion and the reaper, the force that cannot go through that initiation. It's like you can't find that crossroads with the light of the Hierophant. That's when religion or belief or even spirituality deepens into a more intimate personal connection with the divine. Archangel of Glory, Angel of Art and Grace, with the Captor at the bottom of the deck, and the Discerning One under the Captor. Pretty sure we saw the Archangel of Glory. Was it in the Revelations edition? It could have been. Before, it was about like not a theater. Kind of, it was about like theater. A theater that is designed to play to the proclivities, sensibilities, and it's like emotionally charged and weaponized. It's like a mental emotional theater that plays at spirituality or something sacred and divine. It's very much like low hang it's a low hanging analog to like someone's in a very vulnerable position because they've just gone through something harrowing, traumatic, unfortunate, whatever. And someone else comes along and they pretend to be like nice and kind and caring so that they can get something from the vulnerable person. It's not necessarily true, genuine care and compassion, but there are also, you could almost say, in a world where there's so much theater, it can be hard to discern where that kindness, compassion, connection, divinity is genuine. And you could also say that's one of the greatest weapons of devil energy, is to like tarnish the name of the divine, or is to cause distrust. And then at the end, it's like at the end, like people are people, influences aside, because the choice still lies within the person at the end of the day, right? I want to get another one. But there is like a true beauty and gentility, and there is true like mercy and grace and kindness that is real and substantial and genuine and not just a part of the performance, right? To be rather than seem to be. A lot of times, yeah. I don't know if we've done like a full deviation because it doesn't necessarily feel like a full deviation. But it's just like, but what about the fundament and the firmament? The haunt and the defector, Nine of Swords, Eight of Cups, and the Shining Quarry, Knight of Pentacles. This card came out. Now, in this card, in this edition, there is no light. In the Revelations edition, there's the person holding the torch. See, this, it feels like dropping the performance and really just like going through it. Not necessarily um like it doesn't necessarily have to be challenging and difficult and a harrowing experience. Like not that kind of going through it. It's just like going through the experience without, you could say without a guide, but not without guidance. Because your intuition and discernment is there, right? Here on this Eight of Cups defector, we don't have that facsimile of the Holy Grail dove in the moon like we had in the Vitruvian edition. We don't have that Hermes Trismegistus, Thoth, Horus type imagery that is the, which is its own Messiah type figure almost, which becomes, it's like a figure to model oneself after, to try to emulate and portray, to project on top of ourselves, and then try to fit the mold of theater. And again, that almost plays into the metaphor, or one of the metaphors of expansion or expression of the will of the creator versus divine embodiment or something, where it was like something done in the name of somebody else, but it wasn't actually that person related to that person under the umbrella of the estate of that person or anything. It's kind of like more fan fiction than canon events, which isn't always bad, but it's almost like in that case, there's something of the heart and soul of the world or work that is just missing. Right? It's like if someone has a head canon, or in Pygmalion, right? Whoever wrote Pygmalion, they don't end up together. Spoiler alert. I should have said spoiler alert first, but in Pygmalion, they don't end up together. And I remember like a lot of people were upset that they don't end up together, and they pressured the author, tried to pressure the author into rewriting the ending so that they end up together. And his response was the reasoning why they would not end up together, why they're not good together. Like they were both headstrong and stubborn, and it wouldn't be the grounds for a good relationship. It doesn't matter. And again, in the story of Pygmalion, you had your well off, well to do dude who saved some lowly girl from poverty and whatever, and raised her, molded her into this beautiful, cultured whatever. And again, kind of sort of playing into the narrative of the person who uses compassion and kindness and generosity to take advantage of somebody in a vulnerable position. He wasn't necessarily, to my recollection, like that in the story, but it's almost like people wanted him to be like that. People wanted his generosity to be a guise to take advantage of her vulnerability, and people wanted her to be so thankful that this dude saw something in her that she would just throw herself at him. even though the compatibility was not there. Type energy. Again, it's like we more so concern ourselves with playing into the theater of something rather than really taking it into our heart and into our character, and you see it, right? It's like, girl, well, if you read the book and you really believed what you said you believed, and you really worship who you said you worship, then your rhetoric and your actions would have a different kind of like, you know, and this is like, again, it's in the absence of a false light, walking one's own path, slow and steady, step by step. And now, with that slow and steady, step by step, then you end up at the gates to initiation. Then the gatekeeper rouses, the guardian rouses from its slumber. The crossroads become attended, and you walk the path that is meant for you, not under the false light of another. And again, the light of the Hierophant is crucial, especially in the beginning, especially at certain times and in certain situations. And the wisdom of, or the counsel of a wise Hierophant can always be like a boon and a benefit and something to appreciate. But there are certain things that, and it's again like you don't have to walk the path alone, but the path is your path to walk. Soul retrieval in the arrow at the cut. And then water and the time master. Again, just like we saw water with the lower world, like there was movement and a flow to what may have been stagnant. It's like now time resumes. Again, with the chronostasis of the spire. When you go beyond the threshold and you're in alignment with what is inside, it's like time didn't stop. And did that, I think that energy came out where it's like all of a sudden the time between the chrono stabilized question mark spire and the external world, like they're gonna synchronize and then things are gonna start moving again. But there was like this like a leap or something that appears externally to be like a drastic shift in relatively short time or in relatively short order in a relatively short time, but it is reflective of everything that's transpired internally and within, right? Just because something looks still on the outside doesn't mean that the work isn't being done on the inside. All right. Mystical Shaman Oracle's final card. See, it's fine. Take it as it resonates. If it resonates, when it resonates. If it don't resonate, don't take it. I feel like there are times when like things kind of sort of like the dots connect and things play out, but it's like it doesn't necessarily have to be like I don't have to reveal or blatantly say and or explain the points of the plot that should be obvious if you're following along type energy, right? Like if you're following along, then like your intuition and discernment will reveal to you the specifics of whatever in the way that it should for you, if it should. Because sometimes there are things that we experience right? Like I watched Guillermo del Toro question mark Frankenstein, and I'm just like watching the movie. And then not too long ago, maybe a few months ago, I saw like there's a part where someone's like, "You're the monster," and they use that as an example of when they obviously state like points of the plot that the viewer should have like arrived at, but they make it obvious because like again, there was a whole like now when people are coming up with TV shows, Netflix shows, movie more so TV shows, Netflix shows, and I guess a movie that's meant to be watched at home. Almost all of them, if not all of them, are streamed nowadays. They assume that people are going to be like on their phones or doing something else. So there are certain things that they make. There are certain plain obvious things that they state for the person that's not really paying attention. Right. I just say all that because like, there was like the dots just connected. I'm like, I don't feel like I have to say that because more so for me than for you. But also, I'd mention how like sometimes I'll watch a reading and I'll be like, I didn't say this thing that came to my mind at this point. I just like, I'll just like look and I'll have this whole conversation thought and then I'll just like keep going. Not everything necessarily needs to be said, right? The Coyote and Earth. At the cut. The Ancient Ones and the Coyote. Love that. The Ancient Ones, the ones from the time where the crossroads were attended, where the fundament was in its proper whatever, and there's also a certain element of escapism that isn't necessarily helpful. Anyway, all right, mystical shaman. Ooh. 47, the smoky mirror. And the sun, 4753. The beloved is behind the sun. The sun brings illumination. Maybe that's a matter of question of the self. Because I'm thinking of like a smoky mirror or a dirty mirror. And while the sun brings illumination, a mirror basically reflects and refracts light. And so if the mirror is smoky, even in the presence of the sun or even in the illumination of the sun, it may not necessarily show or give an accurate reflection or image. It can be distorted. And so, but this smokiness is more so giving like a state of mind. If we are of a mind to see, we will see. And if we are in a state that we want to be, if we're in whatever frame of mind that will prevent us from seeing the truth for whatever reason, then we won't see it. And with the beloved at the bottom of the deck, it's almost like there's a gentleness to the divine that will, in certain instances and situations, it will allow us to be fooled or blind or ignorant to the things that we don't want to see or that we're not ready to see. It will not force our eyes open, and it will not necessarily, again, depending on the situation, it won't necessarily like force us to certain things that could cause like a breakdown, depending on the scenario and situation. In the times where the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, the full truth needs to come or comes to the surface, then it's like, it's time for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It's not necessarily a time, a scenario, a situation to spare feelings. It doesn't matter who it hurts or harms in terms of like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this came out about whatever, like how could this like whole whatever, it's like, you know what I mean. Sometimes we will be spared and will be allowed to reach whatever conclusions and to delude ourselves if we're not ready for the shattering. And other times it's hide and seek, ready or not, here it comes. Right. Just meaning like it's not necessarily always the case where we can be shielded from the truth, but in some cases, instances, and scenarios, it's like, hey, the truth was obvious. You knew the truth even if you didn't want to accept the truth. Type energy. Right. It was all about theater and appearances. I mean, eventually, you're going to get a pebble in your sand burger, and you're not going to be able to pretend it's a pickle. I don't know. Acetum and magnum opus, vinegar and the great work. We actually went looking for vinegar recently. Maybe in the last live with that luminosity, with the whole like there's something so intensive that no matter the environment or the quantity, you're gonna see it, witness it, or experience it. Right? It was the celery for me. All right, wild unknown alchemy. Ooh, final card. Oh, 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 goodness. We got two, the uncreated and the sun. 1 and 43. 1 plus 43 is 44. The sun and the uncreated. That's low hanging fruit. That's an interesting follow up to everything I was just saying. With the sun and the uncreated, it's almost like maybe there were certain truths that we wouldn't allow ourselves to see. And because we wouldn't allow ourselves to see certain truths, there were certain parts of our experience that we didn't have. The sun and the uncreated is almost like a revelation of like you could have had this, but in your failure to see the truth of whatever, it is not yours to have. The opportunity that was designed for you has been uncreated through your own actions. And as devastating as that can be, it can also, we can choose question mark to be motivated by that, to take more agency in our lives and to work through whatever we have to work through to not be in that position of loss again. And that could be anything. It's like maybe there was a certain opportunity. And it's like if you could have held your tongue, or if you could have not flown off the handle, or if you could have like spoken up, if you could have communicated your idea, if you could have been more patient, if you could have been more whatever, especially if it's related to something that life and your journey has been sort of like getting you towards, like you could have had this. And like it feels like we may see something like that and be like, I could have had that. And I know I just like talked about it as that, but it's like in truth and reality, we wouldn't have had it because we didn't do whatever we didn't do, or because we did do whatever we did do. But just because that passed us by, again, it's like it can be motivation for us to heal, work through whatever, so that we can move beyond that. It's not necessarily whatever meant to like tear us down and depress us and this or that, right? Because it could also be the case that, hey, this was your missed opportunity, but then also you find out later that you dodged a bullet and it wasn't for you. But it's there to motivate you to do the things that you need to do to get the things that are for you. Bottom of the deck is the Azure Vault, the Blue Temple. I feel like I always need to read the Blue Temple. What I do like about the Azure Vault and the Blue Temple is just like that played into the thing. It's like that confirms and validates the thing that is for you. It's like the thing that passed you by, although you can see all the ways that you weren't ready and all the ways that you sabotaged it and whatever, what's for you is for you and it will not pass you by. The things that are for you are still yet to come. And it would behoove of you, it would benefit you to learn whatever you need to learn, take in whatever you need to take in, because the thing that is for you is on its way. And also with the vault, part of the Azure Vault of this Blue Temple, it is again leaning back into that Kairos divine time energy, where it's like when you're ready, that's when it will appear, more or less. Also, another take on the sun and the smoky mirror that we just saw, this could be the moment where you realize, like you see through the fog, right? This is the gold that warms the fog into smoke, where you can see clearly and plainly those things. And maybe some illusion is uncreated because you are no, it's like once you get clear with yourself and you tap into your intuition and discernment and you act with conviction in whatever way is for you to act, it's like you begin to see beyond the illusions and you see like the players for who and what they are. Players being the theater, right? Again, like we saw the Archangel of Glory and the Captor, then you can learn to, in that, like following that metaphorical chain track, it's like you learn to see who is truly generous and compassionate and kind, and who uses their resources to position themselves to take advantage of vulnerable people. That illusion will be uncreated. You will see through the distortion of that smoky mirror, which unlocks all of the truly generous, kind, compassionate, like all of the substance. You get all the substance and none of the fluff because you don't entertain the fluff. Or you can differentiate and discern. Excuse me. Thanatos and the sword. What I love about this combination is the sword cuts through the webs of Thanatos. Cool. Love it. I mean, some swords can, some swords can't. Some swords will cut through the webs of Thanatos. Other swords will get caught in the webs. And yeah. Anyway, we just saw the Ace of Swords at the bottom of the SKT Vitruvian edition. The Sacred Word. We also saw it with, it was like the bottom 3 of the Revelations edition, maybe? Was it the Archangel of Glory, the Sacred Word, Sacred Cinnabar, Ace of Swords? What was the other card? I don't remember. Ooh, 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 ooh. The Temple. Building up the Temple. Number 39. We've seen 39, I'm pretty sure. We just saw the blue temple, and here's the green temple. Y'all know that? I'm building up the temple for the Lord. That takes me all the way back to childhood. Building up the temple. Building up the temple. Well, what I like about, okay, so with the whole like building up the temple of the Lord, building up the temple for the Lord, again, there's a lot of, what do you call them, bad actors? Is that what they're called? People, organizations, energies that pretend to be kind, generous, and compassionate, but that actually prey on vulnerable people when they're at their most vulnerable. And so it's almost like building up the temple with the sun and the smoky mirror with the gold dispersing the illusion of the fog, and with that facsimile being uncreated, it's like more and more and more and more and more you're going to see, going to encounter, witness, experience genuine generosity, genuine compassion, genuine kindness, genuine divinity in man, and not the one that is just another actor in their performance, that has learned to say their lines and dress the part, but that has none of the substance in real life, IRL. It's almost like they're going to start coming out in like droves type energy. I want to get this. I'm pretty sure we saw 39. Because we had 29 and then 39 came out. 39 was fog, nebula fog. And now we have the temple. The fog is being dispersed, the illusion uncreated, the temple, the blue temple now coming into plain sight. Right. People be like, my body is my temple, but what about your heart? What about your mind? Hello? What about your spirit and your soul? The Venom number 63. We saw 63. 63 was the wind. What I love about the wind and venom here, we've already seen water in the lower world. There's already been that energy of movement. Wind in the venom, it's like it's a wind that comes and clears out, purifies stagnant air. It gives the energy of like, there's a few games I've played. Okami is one of them. Like, there is a city that is like racked by a plague and the air is still, but through divine, what would you call that? What would you call an act? It's like a rainmaker type energy. What would you call an act that precedes question mark or petitions the divine to move, and then it's like divine intervention that is the result of a plea or an act. I kind of want to ask Gemini. I know. I feel like I use Gemini more here than I kind of do in my everyday life. Um, Even though Gemini is like, that looks like it's the information on the internet, girl. Maybe the internet said that's a kingfisher. But I'm like, okay, Gemini, when you look with your own eyes, you say it's a falcon and it looks peregrine. But before you said it was a kingfisher. Hey, Gemini. Oops, I'm at Google. Hey, Google. What would you call an act done by a mortal that encourages or leads to divine intervention?
That would be a theurgic rite. In many mythological and philosophical traditions, theurgy, meaning God working, refers to rituals or actions performed by humans intended to draw down the presence or action of a deity. Unlike simple prayer, it often implies a more potent, systematic attempt to bridge the gap between the mortal and the divine. Other fitting terms might include apotheosis. If the act is so significant, it elevates the mortal to godhood. Provocation. If the act is intended to force a God's hand. Intercession. If the
Intercession.
act is a formal plea for help. Would you like me to find some historical examples of these rituals?
Wow. Theurgic right. Apotheosis. See, not that one. Apotheosis is that bodhisattvic Elijah energy. Provocation, not that one. Not intercession. Here. It often applies a more potent systematic attempt to bridge the gap between the mortal and the divine. The threshold was a place where there was no bridge, the crossroad that is left unattended. Look at this. What is this? Okay, there is a word for it. See, that's why I love Gemini. I'm like, there has to be a word for this. I don't know the word, but there has to be a word. Let me try to confirm. Theurgic, not ritual, theurgic rite. I don't necessarily love the. Maybe I'm more like, not necessarily apotheosis, because again, apotheosis is that like bodhisattvic Elijah sort of energy. Excuse me. What is theurgy and how do I start doing it? Girl, that's beyond the scope of this channel. Yeah, that's so interesting. Well, I guess like theology, metallurgy, yeah, metallurgy is like the working of metal. So I guess theurgy would be the. Anyway, there have been like different. like games I've played and shows I've watched where like there was a town of where plague, some kind of plague was just there. And then there is some theurgic rite or some kind of, I don't like the word provocation. What I like, I don't like provocation in the connotation that it forces the hand of the divine. But what I do like about it is that like the hand of the divine moves. And it's again, it's not necessarily apotheosis. So I guess I'll just say a theurgic rite. There's a theurgic rite that someone performs, and then there's this divine wind that blows through, purifies the air, and then it like disperses the sickness. And like venom in the temple, it's giving that energy. Again, this is after the sun has uncreated the illusion when the whatever move out in force, when the divine shows up in substantial ways, working through people of substance or in whatever arenas of substance and not just theater. That's what disperses the venom. Under the venom is anima mundi, the soul of the world or spirit of the world. And it's like at that point, once the venom has been purged, once the plague is carried away by those divine winds, that's when it's like the fundament comes into its fullness or whatever. That's when balance can sort of like come in, I guess. And it's so interesting that the mother, the mystic mother, oh, there's the maiden. So the mother, the mystic, the father, and the maiden. Anyway, or the mother and the mystic father. Maybe it's the mother and the mystic father because we did see the loving father in the I Ching last time too, where we saw the fundament. And I was like, it's interesting because usually it's like the loving mother and the stern father, but we saw the loving father, and it's like, why wouldn't a father be loving? You know what I mean? Anyway, to see the mother here is so interesting because again, it was the creator and the maiden with the threshold. It was the threshold, like the gap or the chasm where there should have been a bridge. The theurgic rite creates that bridge or lays the foundation for that bridge between um, the divine and mankind. And on the other side of the threshold for the maiden is the mother. Here we see the mother under Anima Mundi once the venom has been purged. And it's interesting because there is the venom that Lord Shiv swallowed turned into nectar. And I saw a short on YouTube last night. Um, what's that comedian? His name starts with an A. Akash, maybe? Is that his name? Anyway, there was. Yeah, Akash Patel, comedian. No, it's Akash Singh. Hold up, wait. Hold up, girl. Don't be having me out there like that. Akash Singh. I probably didn't pronounce his name right. It is Akash. Akash Singh. Anyway, there was a priest, a Hindu priest was in the crowd. He was doing crowd work. There was a Hindu priest in the crowd. Somebody said Har Har Mahadev. And then he was like, what does that mean? And the person was like, glory to, basically glory to the Most High or whatever, something like that. And then someone was like, no, it's like, anyway, somebody was like, yes, it means that, but also it's tied to like Lord Shiva. So for the venom to come out, purging the venom to come out, it's like interesting. Also, it's related to nectar, and we saw the alchemy of sugar, that raw sweetness, that unprocessed sweetness. Interesting. And again, like there's something about that bridge. It's almost like the bridge would be the signal. Because again, it's Kairos mythic time. It's not a certain day and a certain hour. And it would be so interesting if, because I grew up on the Bible says no one knows the day or the hour. And so every time someone's been like, the rapture is going to happen this day, the rapture is going to happen that day, everybody that I know is like, the Bible says no man knows. No one knows the day, the time, or the hour. So if somebody is coming and they say they know, the Bible already said nobody knows the day or the time. So they're wrong by default. Anyway, because that was supposed to happen. Anyway, it's so the thing is like it would be interesting if that was like if there was an original Greek translation and they used the word kairos instead of chronos. And because they use kairos instead of chronos, it's implied that the time is not a certain day on the calendar or in a certain number of hours, minutes, seconds, and years. It's upon fulfilling certain conditions or whenever that divine timing comes to be. And it's almost like that theurgic rite creating the bridge would be the time of like again some kind of rising resurgence for the temple, the divine to move in force. I don't know. And it's almost like if there was a question of is humanity too far gone, girl, then it's like a theurgic rite would be the proof that it isn't, which plays into or it's very reminiscent of, was that the same booster pack? I think it was a different one. There was a Magic the Gathering card booster pack. I know Mazzy the True Sword Paladin found that spire outside of time when she was navigating some kind of mountains. And we did see the mountain in the medallion. So that's interesting. A little throwback. But I don't think it was that one. Actually, it might have been that one, but I don't think so. Because I think Mazzy the True Sword Paladin ended at a series of trials. And maybe it was the next one where it was like the way that someone was living their life or navigating their challenges. It was a question of like, is humanity too far gone? And so someone was primed and positioned to prove maybe more than they were sort of bargaining for. I don't know. I mean, it could be, so if we try to ground this a little bit, low hanging fruit, pick up on the metaphor that we've already sort of used. In the example of like, because you have learned to differentiate true kindness and generosity from an opportunist who will use their resources to take advantage of the vulnerable, and like that being the thing that unlocks the Azure Temple, or that being the thing that brings in all of the things that are truly meant for you, because maybe there are some things that are meant for you but that aren't meant to be spoiled by another. They're meant to be shared with those that will honor and respect it. And maybe at a certain point in time, the standards were a little low. You didn't know better. You had never experienced anything different. You were surrounded by snakes in the grass. And now you're more discerning about the company you keep. Or now you're just aware of things that you weren't aware of before. Now you know that certain things are possible. You know that good people exist and that there are people who won't take advantage of you. Um, it's like there's something, an act or a decision that it's like there are so many things that transpire after that that if you were to look back, like that would be the moment, the choice, the decision that changed everything. Now there's like this avalanche and windfall, and I want to say like cavalcade, but if that's even the word I want, of like significant moments and good things happening and like progress and things moving forward, because whatever that was in that smoky mirror, that was the venom that choked the life out of certain things. And with its purging, now it's like things can flourish and grow type energy. And things like that are contagious. There's there are a lot of kind, compassionate, caring, generous, amazing people out there. And there are a lot, or there is at least a portion of them that haven't experienced that in kind or in turn. And so it's like it's very High School Musical, right? The scene in the cafeteria, question mark, where somebody's like, I don't want to do this, and then everybody's like, yeah, I don't want to. I haven't seen High School Musical in a very long time, if you can tell. But it's like one person living their truth encourages other people to do the same, and then it's like they all come out of the woodwork because they show one another that, hey, good people are out there, and it encourages them, helps them feel safe being, you know, who they are and not who they think they have to be or whatever. Okay, cool. Didn't necessarily think we'd end up on theurgic rights, but the energy of it was there since the beginning. That was so interesting. See, a lot of this, I don't. A sacred. Uh, like, I don't necessarily personally, I mean, personally, I don't know. I wouldn't know necessarily. Like, it doesn't feel like a ritual, like a rite, as in like a rite of passage, or a theurgic rite, like when it comes to apotheosis, right? With that being the even in the example of like the choice or the decision that changes everything, or that sets someone down a particular path, like that choice and decision is the right that creates, that bridges that. And it's again, what I love about the bridge is it, like there are all of these nebulous things in the fog, but after the theurgic rite happens and the bridge is formed, that's like the smoke where it's like you can see there are paths to all of these things. They're not just visions or dreams or ideas of what could be or what may happen. Then they, like, you put yourself on a path where they become your reality. And it's a path of substance. And so you have the stuff to make it happen. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. It's also interesting that we have Venom in the Temple. Venom in the Temple is very much so, there's all three. We have the archetype of place with the temple. We have the archetype of thing with the venom. We have the transcendent, whatever, archetype of anima mundi. And we have the archetype of self in the mother. Cool. Venom in the temple is again, it's like with the performance of everything, that's how you get that sulfur in like the firmament, where it's like, girl, y'all think it's some kind of whatever doing these miracles, and keep watching the movie and you find out who and what is behind the curtain. But again, it's like a lot of the bad actors that take advantage of the vulnerable and then expect something. Ooh, that was I not just thinking about that? I was just thinking about that, but I don't know why. It was like in the Bible when Jesus went into the temple, then he started like flipping tables and stuff. And he was like, "What are y'all doing in here? This is the house of the Lord. Hello." And then they were like, "Oh no, you can't come in here and tell us what we can do in our own temples. You're a problem." And they had him taken care of, girl. They got him put up on that cross, and then it's fine. Read between the lines. That cleansing wind, the wind, the yeah, duh. It was water and wind, motion. Like the wind card is why it came to my mind. I know in Okami, she has the. I mean, she is a goddess, Amaterasu, with the divine brush. It's a divine instrument that she can implement divine intervention with. But and we saw the rainmaker again. It's like that rainmaker energy. More so the rainmaker. It's like it's in the rainmaker. It is the theurgic rite that can be provocation or the other one. In the luminous warrior, it's more so apotheosis, where it becomes. You ever feel two neurons like fighting to connect, to create a spark between them, but they're always so busy that they keep missing each other? Like I almost had an idea, an image start to form, and then immediately kind of like disperse, but not really, but kind of. Like the idea is there, the thought is there, and I feel like I've seen it, but I can't recall. I really feel like I've seen it. I don't know if I've seen it in a movie or if it like came to my mind as I was pulling some cards recently. I guess it doesn't matter, really. The specifics of it, like, don't matter. Anyway, there you go. Almost 4 hours. I think the last one was like 4 hours. Digging into the sea. Obviously, Penamue, Angel of the Written Word. And we saw the sacred word in that Ace of Swords. Um, Comes to mind. Anyway, I didn't use the deck, but I did show you a card. I don't necessarily know if it'll be helpful or beneficial. I could probably end this without pulling a card, but I don't know. I feel like sometimes after I'm live for so long, it's like, oh, I might as well go all night. I've been here for 4 hours. I might as well go for 7. Hey, Holly. Thank you for hanging out with me. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like there's a part of me that's like, what is this? And then there's another part of me that's like, but then there's another part of me that's like, okay, but like in real life. Like I feel like the Pisces part of me is like, okay. And then like the Taurus in me is like, But like, can you ground it? Can you make it realistic? And then the Taurus in me is like, and then the Pisces in me is like, okay, but like what? All right. I feel like I have these like partial recollections where it's like I feel like I've like seen this or like I've read this, but I don't. It's fine. I mean, not everything necessarily. Sometimes it is what it is, right? Welcome to It Is What It Is Tarot, where it is what it is and it ain't gonna be what it ain't gonna be. And in the spirit of it is what it is, maybe I don't need to try to find an explanation. All right. Oh, there we go. We got a flip. We got a flip. Who flips? We got a few flips. Ooh. Oh, okay. 714. 1441. Okay. So I saw 7 and 14. 7 plus 7 is 14. 14 was also temperance, which was halfway between the council and earth. But under 14 is 41. 41 is the mirror of 14. Bottom of the deck is the soul. And the soul is, and it's this eye. There again, we see the eye. Sulfur is fire, which is the soul. But the soul wasn't up beyond the firmament. The soul is in the fundament. And we keep trying to put it in the firmament, but that's not. Time, discipline, and then darkness, the moon. South adventure, the wind was blowing south by southwest. There's almost an eye in there. Clocks and keys. Even time, again, talking about Kairos versus Chronos. The cards that came out: magnetism, attraction, number 37, and then atoms and breath, life, breath, building, atoms. So, first of all, this trio was fascinating. There's another word instead of interesting, fascinating. Why have I never thought of fascinating before? Why am I staring into the ring light? Oh, goodness. Goodness, 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 goodness. Yeah. Sometimes I just want to, I don't know, it's fine. Like, I feel like this is so. I'll show you the cards and then you can get what you will from them. Because to me, again, it feels like something like there's an understanding that blossoms within my mind, but words that cannot cross my lips. Because I'm like, it's not like trying to explain something that's so simple that you don't even have the words to explain it. Because you can't explain something by just saying, like, it is what it is. Like, it's a, it's what it is. But some people would say, if you can't explain it, then do you really understand it? Hey, this is something intrinsic, intensive, and qualitative. All right, we're in the realm of Kairos, and the realm of Kairos, things are understood on an experiential, embodied way. If you could explain it, it would be extensive and colligative and chronos, qualitative, hours, days, and seconds, language. Anyway, so there is attraction, magnetism, atoms building, and life, breath, right? And then at the bottom of the deck, you have soul, passion, time, discipline, and darkness moon. Mostly like the soul. To see life, breath, and the soul here, I'm like, oh, interesting. Hold up. No. All right. 40234, 40233, 40237. Thanks, Holly, for stopping by. And whoever else, comes upon this in whatever time. 4 hours is a lot. I hope you all have an amazing whenever you see this. I hope you're acting in alignment to make all that you wish to experience your reality. I hope that whatever you need along your path, journey, and way you find. And I like this feels complete in a way. Like, obviously, I feel like there are questions that I'd love to ask and curiosities that I have, but I wouldn't necessarily like the whole, like, the thing about sacred places, and not necessarily like, you know that's beyond the scope of this reading. It's beyond the scope of this channel. It's beyond the scope of my interest. It's beyond the scope of my um inherited potential liabilities. I'm not trying to have nobody doing no rites or rituals, calling for nothing, and then you end up with whatever you end up with. Use your own intuition and discernment and your brain sometimes, not to be rude necessarily. Um, there are people that have that gift. I do not necessarily. Largely, in a public, general sense, I do not. Sometimes, like, it's fine. For all intents and purposes, that's not a gift that I have. It's not a path that I want. It's not a thing that I desire. I respect the divine. I respect it. I can respect the sacred and holy, and I can rein in my curiosity, girl. Because as curious as I may be, there are problems that I do not want. There are problems and troubles that I do not want. So, yeah, actually, while I'm here, yeah, yeah, use your intuition and discernment. If you ask and are open to the truth, and I guess are in a position where you can handle it, maybe, then it will be known to you, shown to you. And that's as far as duty and obligation take me, if I have either a duty or an obligation. Anyway, it's fine. I'll catch you later. Bye.